Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2 from the broadcast desk. Test 1, 2.
Have a single qualifier behind the gate. Salzburg Fancy, Porthill Felix, Hall of a Ride, Kelpie of the Coast, Fallon is Scratch, E-Gamer. And there they go, off and pacing E-Gamer, Hall of a Ride, and Salzburg Fancy towards the rail. That trio leaves out. Off stride as they make their way on around the turn. That went Porthill Felix, and on the outside and the trailer, that is Kelpie of the Coast. So up the backstretch, and the Age Trotter is out in front. Hall of a Ride with Ryan DeRoche. Second, that E-Gamer. Back into third is Salzburg Fancy. Then racing from fourth is Porthill Felix. And on the outside, fifth, Kelpie of the Coast. They went 30 seconds flat to open this qualifier up. Midway round the paddock turn, Hall of a Ride by almost 2 and E-Gamer. Well off the leaders in third, that's Salzburg Fancy. Then it's Porthill Felix in fourth, and on the outside fifth, that is Kelpie of the Coast. They arrive at the half-mile next. Hall of a Ride getting them there. Racing from second, E-Gamer way back in third, Salzburg Fancy. Up fourth from the outside is Kelpie of the Coast, and the trailer is Porthill Felix. 1 minute and 2 was the half mile. As they move over to the 5/8, Hall of a Ride continues to lead it over E-Gamer. Salzburg Fancy third, Kelpie of the Coast is fourth, and Porthill Felix, the trailer, fifth. The 3/4 is the next station, and getting them there, Hall of a Ride. E-Gamer is 2 off the leader second, then that gap to third, Salzburg Fancy. Racing fourth is Kelpie of the Coast. Porthill Felix fifth. 1:31 and 3 was the 3/4 time. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Hall of a Ride looking to take them all the way here in the qualifier. E-Gamer is second. Salzburg Fancy third. Kelpie of the Coast fourth, and Porthill Felix fifth. On the wire next, and Hall of a Ride takes Ryan DeRoche all the way. E-Gamer closed in late for second. Third, that'll go to Salzburg Fancy. Time for the mile in 2:02 and 3. Now the rundown from the qualifier. Salzburg Fancy third, Porthill Felix fourth, Hall of a Ride the winner. Kelpie of the Coast was fifth, Fallon was scratched, E-Gamer second, 30, 1 minute 2. 1:31 and 3 in the mile, 2:02 and 3. In review, 3:41, 5 scratch 2. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 14 races on tap tonight here on a Tuesday night at Red Shores Summerside. Beautiful looking night out there tonight. The feature race comes up in race number 13 tonight. 6 starters face the starting gate. Sobble Attack on the rail tonight with Kenny Murphy. Halmac Charmer 2 with Corey McPherson. Brookdale Johnny 3 with Brady Sweet. Manterio will do it from 4 with David Dowling. Starship Glide is 5 with Adam Murner. Rounding out the field is Windblown coming into this one on a 2-race winning streak since coming back from Ontario. Paul Angel will do the driving. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We have some program and equipment changes for you. Now let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 23 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 19 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Derek Folland. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change on the card, you'll go to race number 3. Third race tonight is the Peter Coughlin Memorial. In the third, scratch number 5, J.J. Nicky, she will not go. Race 3, scratch number 5, J.J. Nicky. Number 2, Gabby Sealster, adding shin boots. Next change on the card, you'll go to race number 9. In the 9th race tonight, scratch number 5, Dusty Duke. He will not go. Race 9, scratch number 5, Dusty Duke. Turning over to race number 10, the 3-entry Watchmaker, removing pull-out earplugs. Final change on the card is in race number 11. In the 11th race, number 6, Big Engine. Make the driver Brady Sweet. Race 11, number 6, Big Engine, now driven by Brady Sweet. That's going to wrap up the changes on tonight's 14 race presentation. Provincial windows are open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock, 26 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Say
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 14 races on tap tonight. Another good race to look at tonight is race number 10 with 7 starters going behind the starting gate. Little Leroy on the rail with Kenny Murphy, Jack Boswell and David Dowling from 2. Watchmaker with Mike Downey. Braxton's Boy will leave 4 with John Davidson. American Risk from 5 with Brady Sweet. Rose Run X-Con 6 with Norris Rogers. Rounding out the field is Doc Awesome with Ed Myrna. Went with a 1-2-7 in the 10th. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores. Don't forget to get into the aisle pick 5, races 1 through 5 with the low 15% takeout and the guaranteed pool of $2,000. And there's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for tonight's opener. I'm going to go with a 5-4-9 to open it up. Backstretch beat a 5-4-3. Class first choice is 4, 5, and 2 for tonight's opener. Field of 9 in 11 minutes.
Race 1 on Post Parade, number 1, Tobin's April Fool. Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale owns and trains. Brady Sweet drives. Could Have Been the Moon, number 2, owned by Darren and Brendan Crow of Lorenzo, Nova Scotia. Darren trains and drives. Back River Jade 3 is owned by the Back River Stable of Cools, Newfoundland, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. 4, Spinelli, owned by Chantel Langell of Montague, Paul Langell trains and drives. 5 is Twin Turbo Diesel, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne Stewart. Joe does the training, Kenny Murphy drives. Bugtown Dash number 6, owned by Adam Walsh of Charlottetown, trained by Brian Walsh, Robbie Chappell. Jack Ryan is 7, Brody McPhee in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Donald Sweet, O'Leary. Le'Veon Bell, number 8, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Mario Macri, Ryan DeRoche drives. 9 is Palmetto Rose, owned by Mike Arnold of Alberta and Amy Lockie of Montague, trained by Mike Dowling, driven by David Dowling. 2 minutes to post time. Welcome to Redshores Summerside for tonight's 14-dash presentation. Rocky Skierman is at the HBI broadcast to take you through tonight's wagering menu.
Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2025 racing season. Customers can play the I'll Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High Fives, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The I'll Pick 5, Super High 5, and the Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the Daily Double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. And it is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent I'll Pick 5. Landing on the 5, Twin Turbo Diesel, 3-year-old bay gelding by Stonebridge Terror for Joe Baxter, Marion, and Joanne Stewart. Joe Baxter is the trainer with Kenny Murphy in the bike tonight. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from post 6, finished second. Just beat 3 1/4. Race time 2 minutes flat. 30-1 on the end of it. Adam Erner was in the bike, 6th lifetime start it was last week. Twin Turbo Diesel from post 5 with Kenny Murphy aboard, looking to get that maiden win tonight. Right now, good odds, 8-1. And there we get a peek at the 4, Spinelli, 4-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar for Chantal Angel of Montague, who's also the breeder. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night from post 4, finished 3rd. Race time 2 minutes, 4/5. Paul Angel was in the bike. 26th lifetime start tonight. Looking for that maiden win is the 4, Spinelli with Paul Angel, 2-1. And there we see number 9, Palmetto Rose, 3-year-old brown filly by Pappy Rob Hanover from Mike Arnold and Amy Lakey. Mike Dowling is the trainer. David Dowling will do the driving. 3rd lifetime start tonight for this 3-year-old brown filly. Last start was at Harrington in United States, August the 26th. Left from post 8, finished 5th, 203-1, 29-1 on the end of it. Palmetto Rose, 3rd lifetime start tonight with David Dowling at 3-4. Countdown clock is in for tonight's opener. First of 14 here on a Tuesday night. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Tobin's April Fool. Could have been the moon. Back River Jade Spinelli, twin turbo diesel. Bucktown Nash, Jack Ryan, LaVion Bell on the outside. And back the trailer. Palmetto Rose, top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralph N. pacing Back River Jade, the first call towards the rail. Could have been the moon to their outside. Spinelli third, twin turbo diesel around the turn fourth, coming up fifth on the outside. Bucktown Nash, Jack Ryan got away sixth. In between horses, Palmetto Rose seventh. Then eighth is Tobin's April Fool. And the trailer ninth, LaVion Bell along the backstretch, led by Could Have Been the Moon and Darren Crow. Spinelli coming on the outside for second. Third up the rail, Back River Jade, twin turbo diesel goes fourth. That's Bucktown Nash in fifth. Sixth is Jack Ryan. Palmetto Rose moved into seventh, followed by Tobin's April Fool and the trailer LaVion Bell. 29 and a 1/5 the opening quarter, and off the paddock turn they come for time one towards half mile. Now on the lead, Spinelli and Paul Langell will get them halfway home. Second is Could Have Been the Moon. Then in third, Back River Jade. There goes twin turbo diesel up and on the move in the outside fourth. Bucktown Nash is following him out fifth. Then in sixth is Jack Ryan. Palmetto Rose seventh. Then in eighth, Tobin's April Fool. LaVion Bell is ninth. 59 flat was the half mile. They're en route to three quarters next. Spinelli the leader. On the outside, twin turbo diesel now takes over. Coming up third is Bucktown Nash towards the rail in fourth. Could Have Been the Moon. Then fifth along the inside is Back River Jade. Palmetto Rose on the outside is sixth. Then seven, Tobin's April Fool. 1:29 and 4 with three quarters. Down to an eighth of a mile left to go. Twin turbo diesel turning for home. Spinelli races from second. Bucktown Nash on the outside. Down the stretch they come. Twin turbo diesel on the outside second. Spinelli. Bucktown Nash third. That's twin turbo diesel in line to Kenny Murphy. Second, Spinelli looked like Could Have Been the Moon up the inside for third. And the time for the mile, 2:01 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. I figured with his start last week from post 6, I liked his effort, and he gets it done tonight. That is twin turbo diesel with Kenny Murphy aboard. Maiden record 2:01, but Spinelli got there to the front after a quarter, 29 and 1/2 in 59. That's when twin turbo diesel made his move to the outside. Came first over, grinded away, cleared past three quarters in 1:29 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. We see twin turbo diesel, Spinelli coming back up on the outside with Could Have Been the Moon towards the rail. But it is twin turbo diesel to get the maiden record tonight. 2:01 flat. Spinelli in there for second. Up for third is the 2. Could Have Been the Moon. So it's 5-4-2 unofficially. In the opener, we're going to see twin turbo diesel and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbridge winner circle next.
Twin Turbo Diesel on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from tonight's first race. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Largo Dam, Elm Grove Future, owned by Joe Baxter. Marion and Joanne Stewart, bred by Frank Banks. Trained by Joe Baxter and Kenny Murphy, will guide him to victory and a maiden record tonight of 2:01. Twin Turbo Diesel in tonight's opener. Now, the official result in the first race, Tobin's April Fool was 7th, Could Have Been the Moon 3rd. Back River Jade was 5th. Spinelli finished 2nd. Twin Turbo Diesel the race winner. Bugtown Nash was 4th. Jack Ryan finished 8th. LaVion Bell was 9th. Palmetto Rose finished 6th. They went 29-1, 59, 129-4, and the mile 2:01. In review, 735, 214, 896. Twin Turbo Diesel 1040 to win. The exactor was 1540, triactor 3260, and the superfecta 3077.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. Nice way to open up the race program tonight with a $10.40 winner with Twin Turbo Diesel in the opener. Let's talk about Grand in Your Hand. Red Shore Summerside, the Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway here. On live race days here in Summerside, customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October the 6th and November the 11th. There will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going 156, as is the backstretch beat. Classifiers choices 165 in tonight's second race. Field of 7 in 6 minutes.
Second race on parade, number 1, Sharky, owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington. Taylor does the training. Corey McPherson drives. 2, Bet the Bull, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow, Robbie Chappell. Sporty Spice 3, Kenny Murphy drives for owner-trainer Sylvia Hall Andrews, Nanaimo, British Columbia. 4, Little Tags, Pam Moore of Turl, Nova Scotia, owns and trains. Darren Crow drives. James Rains is 5, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. Red Dirt Diamond number 6, owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven, Brett Clove driving. Century Invictus is 7, owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers driving. 4 minutes to post time. It's close at the top of the driver standings in Summerside. Rocky has a look at the top drivers next.
And there is a look at our top drivers here in Summerside 2025. David Dowling now leads the way with 42 wins. Corey McPherson close with 38. Mark Campbell is close with 35. Kenny Murphy's got 31 now after a win tonight. And Paul Angel with 30 wins. Those are the top drivers thus far here at Red Shores in Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Field of 7, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show Wagering. Sharky, I don't know if he's ever been down this low in class, but he's got the rail tonight. His last start was last Tuesday night. Left from 5, finished 6th. Race time 1:57.2, 29.2 closing quarter. Taylor Doyle was in the bike. 2 wins on the season from 15 tries, 1:54.4, season's best, taken right here at Summerside. It's Sharky with Corey McPherson for Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk on the rail tonight. Your current choice at even money. And there we get a peek at the 5. James Rains, 5-year-old bay horse by Lazarus for Jacob Sweet of O'Leary, who's also the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night from post 6, finished 7th, 1:58.2, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Took a record this season of 1:56.3. Right here at Summerside, it's James Rains. Leaves 5 tonight with Jacob Sweet. Whew, look at those odds, 99-1. And there we see the 6, Red Dirt Diamond, 5-year-old bay mare by Source of Pride for Dina Clove, New Haven. Lowell Balderston is the breeder. Dina Clove is the trainer. Brett Clowe will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night from post 4, finished 3rd. Race time 1:57.4, 29.4 closing quarter. Still looking for that first win in a couple of seasons. Red Dirt Diamond could be tonight. Post 6 with Brett Clowe, 7-2. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's second race. Sharky and Corey McPherson still at even money. Bet the Bull, Robbie Chappell at 7-1. Sporty Spice, 3 and Kenny Murphy at 2-1. The 4, Little Tags with Darren Crow at 7-2. James Rains is 5 with Jacob Sweet, still at all 9s. 6, Red Dirt Diamond with Brett Clowe at 7-2. Rounding out the field is the 7, Century Invictus with Norris Rogers at 38-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your selections here in race 2. Countdown clock is in for tonight's second race, field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Sharky, Bet the Bull, Sporty Spice, Little Tags, James Rains, Red Dirt, Diamond, Century, Invictus. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing Sharky leaves out at the rail. Little Tags in between horses, Sporty Spice, and on the rail, Bet the Bull. They're hooked up here as they race round the turn now. And as they arrive at the 8th pole, Sharky and McPherson. Little Tags got away second. Bet the Bull back into third, racing from 4th. That is James Rains. Then in 5th, on the cones, Red Dirt Diamond. 6th is Century Invictus. In the backfield, Sporty Spice, the trailer. On by the quarter, and up front, it'll be Sharky, the leader. Little Tag set up for the 2-hole ride. Bet the Bull, he races third. They're at the quarter in 28 and 4. Racing from 4th is James Rains. Red Dirt Diamond on the turn 5th. 6th, that's Century Invictus. In the backfield, Sporty Spice. Off the turn they come, and arriving next at the opening half mile, Sharky is the leader. Bet the Bull is underway now second. Third up the rail, Little Tags. Moving up 4th, Red Dirt Diamond. Then in 5th, along the inside, James Rain. Century Invictus goes 6th. In the backfield, Sporty Spice. 59 and 2 over to the opening half mile. Arriving at the 5-8, Sharky the leader. Bet the Bull second. Little Tags races from third. Red Dirt Diamond is 4th. 5th on the cones, that is James Rains. Racing from 6th, Century Invictus. At the back, Sporty Spice. They go by 3/4, and Sharky is still there. Little Tags up the rail second. Bet the Bull between them third. Red Dirt Diamond out there 3 wide 4th. 3/4 in 1. 29 and 2. They're down to an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Turning for home now. Sharky looking to see it through. Little Tags is second. On the outside third is James Rains. They're in deep stretch now. On the wire, Sharky and McPherson go all the way. Little Tags second. James Rains will finish third. And the time for the mile for Sharky all the way, 1:58.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Sharky right down in class here tonight, right down the road on the rail. 28-4, the half in 59 and 2. Down to 3/4 in 1:29 and 2. Here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media as we see Sharky get his third win of the season, 16th career for Corey McPherson in the bike. 1:58 and 3 the mile tonight. In for second is the 4, Little Tags. James Rains is third, so it's 1:45 unofficially. In tonight's second race, we're going to see Sharky and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner Circle next.
There goes Sharkey into the second race winner's circle, facing Brown Gelding 5 by He's Watching off the Art Major Dam. Rub and tug home with Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington, bred by David Brown and Jim Elberg of Ontario. Trained by Taylor Doyle. Corey McPherson put him on top at every call tonight. A winner in 1:58 and 3. Sharkey delivers in the second.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the Champion Sire, Malicious, this is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results from the second race: Sharkey the winner, Bet the Bull 4th, Sporty Spice was 7th, Little Tags finished 2nd, James Rains was 3rd, Redder Diamond to finish 6th, Century Invictus was 5th, 28 and 4, 59 and 2, 129 and 2, and the mile in 158 and 3. In review, it's 147, 23, 65. Sharkey paid 210. The Exactor 610, Triactor 1670, Superfecta 626, and the Early Daily Double 950.
HPI PEI customers and players across the country receive 10 times the points when playing Redshore Summerside on Tuesdays in September. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. It is the Peter Coughlin Memorial, a long-standing tradition here at Summerside Raceway. I'm going to go 7-2-1. Backstretch beat going 2, 6, and 8. Classifiers choice is 7-2-6 in tonight's third race in 6 minutes.
Third race is the Peter Coughlin Memorial, the Round Parade, Midnight Love number 1, owned by Elaine Shortlift from Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. David Dowling drives. Gabby Sealster 2 is owned and trained by Claire Sweet of Valeri, Brady Sweet up. 3 is Red Dirt Nellabella, owned by Robin Longinette of Summerside and Ron Kennedy of Granville, trained by Chris Davies. Brody McPhee drives. Singer's Choice number 4, Jacob Sweet from O'Leary, the owner, trainer, and driver. 5, JJ Nicky is scratch. Number 6 is Apple Pie Moonshine, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training, driven by Ryan DeRoche. Smiling in Heaven number 7, Gary Chappell of Charlottetown, owns and drives. Stacy Dara trained. Number 8, Ferd Hill Jubilee, is owned by Leslie and Linda Parker of Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia. Trained by Leslie Parker, Darren Crow drives. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky with a rundown on the top trainers at Redshores Summerside.
And there's a look at our top trainers here in Summerside thus far. Earl Watts leads the way with 18 wins. Phil Sizer, George Renison, and Jennifer Doyle all tied with 12 wins apiece. Those are the top trainers here at Redshore Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race, the Peter Coughlin Memorial, featuring Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Equipment change on the two, Gabby Sealster, Ed's Shin Boots. Number 5, JJ Nicky has been scratched. There is a look at the 7, Smiling in Heaven. 4-year-old Brown Mare by Rockin' in Heaven for Gary Chappell of Charlottetown. Stacy Dara trains. Gary Chappell will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from the outside 8. Finished second. Just beat 2 1/4. Race time 1:58.3. 30-2 closing quarter. Smiling in Heaven moves in a spot with the scratch tonight of the 5. Right now, good odds, 49-1. And there's a look at the 2, Gabby Sealster, 3-year-old bay filly. By all bets off for Claire Sweet of O'Leary. He's also the trainer. Brady Sweet will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, left from 2 and finished third. Race time 1:58.4. 30-3 closing quarter. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Of the 2, Gabby Sealster with Brady Sweet, 7-5. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Midnight Love, 5-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui for Elaine Shortleaf of Amherst, Nova Scotia. George Renison is the trainer. David Dowling back in the bike tonight. Started last Tuesday night here. Left from 6 and finished second. Just beat 2 lengths, 159-4, 29-1 closing quarter. Third start of the season, 27th career, looking for that maiden win. Could be tonight. Midnight Love with David Dowling. Your current choice at 1-4. Tonight's third race, scratched down to a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, a long-standing tradition here is the Peter Coughlin Memorial. Up to you for the call.
And a great guy he was, too, Rocky, and he just loved coming down to Summerside. This was back in the old Wednesday night days. And tonight we will remember Peter Coughlin. Midnight Love, Gabby Sealster, Red Dirt, and Alabella. Singer's Choice, Apple Pie, Moonshine, Smiling in Heaven, Fernhill Jubilee, here they come. The rough and pacing Gabby Sealster, the first one out. Midnight Love along the rail. Third to the turn, Red Dirt and Alabella. Then the fourth one, Singer's Choice, way wide, is Smiling in Heaven fifth. Then racing 6, Apple Pie Moonshine, and the early trailer. That'll be Fernhill Jubilee. Their quarter pole bound, Midnight Love at the rail, the leader. Gabby Sealster about to tuck in second, Red Dirt and Alabella third. Caught on the outside fourth is Smiling in Heaven. Closing up at the rail fifth is Singer's Choice. Then racing 6, Apple Pie Moonshine, and the trailer 7th, Fernhill Jubilee. They're by the quarter mile in 28-4. Up front on the lead, it's Midnight Love for Dowling. Second is Gabby Sealster, racing from third, Red Dirt and Alabella. Fourth along that inside is Singer's Choice. No friends tonight for Smiling in Heaven. He's out all the way. Then a racing from 6, Apple Pie Moonshine, and the trailer, that's Fernhill Jubilee. lead. They're halfway home now, led by Midnight Love, the post-time favorite. Got them to the half mile in 59 and 3. Tracking second, Gabby Shields to Red Dirt, Nella Bella third. Smiling in Heaven comes back on the outside fourth. Fifth up the rail, Singer's Choice. On the outside six, Apple Pie Moonshine. And the seventh one, Fernhill Jubilee. Here comes the three quarters and Midnight Love getting them there. Gabby Shields to that textbook two-hole ride. Racing from third, Smiling in Heaven, 3 wide fourth. Apple Pie Moonshine. Up the rail fifth, Red Dirt, Nella Bella. 1:30 and 3, the three-quarter time. Down to an 8th lap to go. Midnight Love looking to see it through. Gabby Shields to the only one with a shot at the leader. Down the stretch they come. Midnight Love opens up late with Dowling. Midnight Love all the way. Second is Gabby Shields, and the battle on for third. That'll go to Smiling in Heaven. Midnight Love wire to wire. 1:59.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. The Peter Coughlin Memorial. Midnight Love and David Dowling go all the way. 28-4, 59 and 3. 1:30 and 3, and here's the stretch drive. Starts to drive away from the field here, going wire to wire tonight in 1:59 and 3 for the maiden victory. Gabby Sealster in there for second, Smiling in Heaven third. It's 1-2-7 unofficially in tonight's third race. We'll see Midnight Love and our leading driver David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbred's Winner's Circle next.
Midnight Love on her way to the Woodmere Standardbred's Winner's Circle in the third. Big pacing mare 5 by Pang Shui from the Ponderosa Dam. Big Love owned by Elaine Shortcliffe from Amherst, Nova Scotia. Bred by Donnie McNeil of Cornwall. Trained by George Renison. David Dowling put her on top at every call. She'll pace to a maiden record tonight of 1:59 and 3. Midnight Love in the third. Down in the Winner's Circle is the Peter Coughlin Memorial Winner's Circle presentation. Midnight Love, Dowling on top at every call. 1:59 and 3.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results from the third race. Midnight Love, the winner. Gabby Sealster, second. Red Dirt Nellabella was sixth. Singer's Choice, seventh. JJ Nicky was scratched. Apple Pie Moonshine finished fifth. Smilin' in Heaven was third. Fernhill Jubilee, fourth. 28 and 4. 59 and 3. 130 and 3. And the mile 159 and 3. In review, it's 1, 2, 6. 7 scratch, 5, 3, 4. Midnight Love paid $260. The Exactor 440, Triactor 1990, Superfactor 1306.
The 2025 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October the 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Ground, starting at 11:30 a.m. Join us on October the 9th from 3 till 7 p.m. at the exhibition grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's fourth race, field of 7. I'm going to go with a 3-7-4. Backstretch speed at 4-3-7. Classifier's choices 7-3-4 in tonight's fourth race in 7 minutes.
On the fourth race post parade, number 1 Hemingway, owned and trained by Abbey Clow of Cornwall, Brett Clow drives. She's a Lover too, owned, trained, and driven by Robbie Chappell of Summerside. Dolly Sky is 3, Kyle DeRoss training and driving for owner Vance McMillan of West Cape. Atlas Marigold is 4, owned by Won't Back Down Stable of North River, Nova Scotia, trained by Gardner McCollum. Carl Eisner drives. Pineapple Express number 5, owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Brunelvin. My Ambrose 6, owned by Carl and Jason McDougall of Ellerslie, trained by Carl McDougall. Kenny Murphy. 7 is Wild River Coyote, owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, trained by Nick Oakes. Corey McPherson drives at 3 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder for customers, the Redshores Super High Five comes up on race 5 and returns on race 14 tonight.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 4th race. Field of 7 in here. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 3, Dolly Sky, 9-year-old bay mare by Dolly for Vance McMillan of West Cape. Kyle DeRoche is the trainer and the driver. Scored from 8 the last start. That was last Tuesday night here. Finished 8, 158 and 4, 30 and 2 on the end of it. Look to last season, 3 wins from 28 tries, including that record of 154 and 4. In Charlottetown. Dolly Sky, if she can get anywhere close to that form tonight, I think she's the best in here. Post 3 with Kyle DeRoche, your current choice at 1 to 5. And there we see the 7, Wild River Coyote, 8-year-old brown gelding by Shadow Play for Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, Prince Edward Island. Nick Oakes trains, and Corey McPherson in the bike looking for a double tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night, left from post 3 and finished 6th. Race time 158 and 1, 30 and 2 closing quarter. 2 wins last season, 159 and 2 season's best right here at Summerside. Still looking for that first win of 2025. That's the 7, Wild River Coyote with Corey McPherson, 5 to 2. And there we get a peek at the 4, the Mainland Invader, Atlas Marigold, 5-year-old bay gelding by Betting Line for Won't Back Down Stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Gardner McCollum is the trainer. Carl Eisner in the bike. Last start at Truro, September the 5th. Left from post 6 and finished 3rd. Race time to 2 minutes flat, 29 and 4. Closing quarter, 2 wins on the season, 159 and 2. Season's best at Truro Raceway. Atlas Marigold from post 4 with Carl Eisner, 9 to 2. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 4th race with Hemingway and Brett Clow at all 9s on the board. She's a Lover from post 2 with Robbie Chappell at 66 to 1. Dolly Sky 3 with Kyle DeRoche, your current choice at 1 to 4. Atlas Marigold is 4 with Carl Eisner at 7 to 2. Pineapple Express 5 and Willie McKay at 15 to 1. There's a look at the 6 on your screen. My Ambrose with Kenny Murphy at 99 to 1. Wild River Coyote rounds out the field with Corey McPherson at 5 to 2. That is the field for tonight's 4th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fourth race, a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Hemingway, She's a Lover, Dolly Sky, Atlas Marigold. Pineapple Express, My Ambrose, Wild River Coyote outside. It's the fourth. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Dolly Sky, the first one out. Second, Pineapple Express. Way wide is Wild River Coyote as they enter the turn. She's a Lover's away fourth. Then fifth, Atlas Marigold. Sixth is Hemingway, and trailing, that's My Ambrose. On the backstretch, it's Dolly Sky for Calderage out in front. Wild River Coyote on the outside second. Third up the rail is Pineapple Express, racing alone in fourth. She's a Lover back into fifth. Atlas Marigold. Hemingway is sixth. My Ambrose seventh. They go by the first quarter mile. Dolly Sky, the heavy favorite, was there in a solid 28 and 2. Pineapple Express is second. Wild River Coyote went to plan B to pick up third up the rail. She's a Lover fourth. Moving out from fifth, Atlas Marigold is underway. Hemingway goes sixth, followed by the trailer. My Ambrose, they're halfway home now. Dolly Sky at the midway point. End of the two-hole pops. Pineapple Express. Wild River Coyote goes third. They were at the half, 59 and 4. Just 31 and 2 in the second split. Over to the 5/8 they go. Led by Dolly Sky. Pineapple Express the challenger. In the pocket, Wild River Coyote third. Atlas Marigold is fourth. Hemingway is coming 3 wide fifth. Then in 6, She's a Lover. My Ambrose on the outside seventh. They arrive at 3/4. Dolly Sky is still there, right alongside Pineapple Express. Hemingway, wow, at 99, coming on to be third. 130 and 2, the 3/4. It's up for grabs here. Dolly Sky at the rail, the leader. Pineapple Express second. Hemingway third. Wild River Coyote fourth. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Pineapple Express and Hemingway. They're in a win photo. Any way you cut it, the tote board's gonna light up. Mile and 2:01 and 3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for tonight's fourth race. Dolly Sky to the front, 28-2, 59 and 4. Willie McKay popped out of the 2-hole, come to the half, and I started shaking my head wondering why he pulled out. But here it is, folks, the stretch drive, 130 and 2 to 3/4. Well, he lights the tote board up tonight because Willie McKay and Pineapple Express are on the line first in here, with Hemingway in there for second. Up for third is the 7, Wild River Coyote. It's 5-1-7 unofficially in tonight's fourth race. Congratulations to Willie McKay and Pineapple Express. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winter Circle next.
There's Pineapple Express on his way to the fourth race winner's circle. A big facing gelding 9 by Articulator. From the drop-off dam, RD's Donna, Willie McKay, Upward Albin, owns, breeds, trains, and drives. Time for the mile in 2:01 and 3. Pineapple Express upsets the fourth.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Racetrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results from the fourth race, Hemingway was second. She's a Lover 6. Dolly Sky 4th. Atlas Marigold 5th. Pineapple Express the race winner. My Ambrose was 7th. Wild River Coyote finished 3rd. They went 28 and 2, 59 and 4, 130 and 2, and the mile 2:01 and 3. From the top, your program rates 264. 5173. Pineapple Express 3870 to win. The exactor was 474.70. The triactor honored the ticket 5-1 all at 311.20. There is a superfecta carryover.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. How about that $474 exactor in race number 4 tonight? Let's talk about the 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. Red Shores Charlottetown is proud to host the 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. Friday, October the 10th is the Atlantic Classic Sale at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time. Saturday is live racing with a post time at 12:30, followed by the awards banquet in the top of the park on Saturday night. Championship Sunday begins with a pancake breakfast at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, followed by live racing starting at 12:30. Thank you to sponsors McRae's Backhoe and Trucking and the City of Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 5th race. Field of 8. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going 2-6-3, as is the classifier's choice. Backstretch beat going 2-4-6 in tonight's 5th race in 7 minutes. And there's a look at that very close win photo from tonight's fourth race. Pineapple Express just nipping Hemingway on the line. Another great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Evening's fifth race on parade, number 1, Life Speaks, owned and trained by Pam Moore, Tour, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson drives. Southwind Ricochet 2, owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quinton Bevan, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Paul Langell. Timberley Lady 3, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Rock the Baby 4, owned by Windermere Farms at Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, tonight Brody McPhee. It's Up to You, number 5, owned by Leslie and Linda Parker of Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia, trained by Leslie Parker, Darren Crow. Animosity 6 is owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, Ryan DeRoss drives. Number 7, Harlequin Romance, owned by Barry Bigger of Summerside, trained by Jason Bigger, Adam Murner. Sweet Sylvia, number 8, owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia, driven by Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of this Tuesday night. We thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation and the return of the Vance Cam here in Summerside. I'm on to the 2, Southwind Ricochet. 2 back, a wide-to-wire winner, 57-1, and last week pacing in 56 flat. That's plenty in here, and it's understandable that she's at 1-9 on the tote board. Going to go right alongside with the 3, Timberley Lady for second. Going to throw in the 4, Rock the Baby on a price horse for third. I'll use Animosity for fourth, and my Super High 5 closes out with the 7, Harlequin Romance. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
Well, I went with the 2 as well in here, Southwind Ricochet. For second, I'll go with the 6, Animosity. Nice win in her last one. That was a new race win record. For third, I'll put in the 3, Timberley Lady. Then I'll put in the 4, Rock the Baby with Brody McPhee. Rounded out with the 7, Harlequin Romance. She won her last one last week. So I'm going to go 2, 6, 3, 4, 7. Vance going 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Same numbers. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. First call 50-50. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. It's your first call 50-50. Co-sponsored by Stephen J. Arsenault Insurances. Countdown clock is in for this evening's fifth race. Field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is a super high five time. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Life Speaks, Southwind Ricochet, Timberly Lady, Rock the Baby. It's up to you. Animosity, Harlequin Romance, Sweet Sylvia. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Off and pacing, Southwind Ricochet and Rock the Baby, Timberly Lady towards the rail. Life Speaks is fourth to the turn. Coming up fifth is Animosity. Then to get away sixth towards the rail. It's up to you. Seventh Harlequin Romance and the trailer Sweet Sylvia. Eighth, the quarter pole bound. Rock the Baby made the lead. It's short-lived. Here comes her stablemate. Southwind Ricochet at 1-9 will take over for Paul Angel at the quarter. Rock the Baby now second, Timberly Lady third. Then in fourth, it's Animosity. Life Speaks in fifth. It's Up to You is sixth with Harlequin Romance seventh. Sweet Sylvia eighth. They went to the quarter in 28 and 3. Straight alignment as they move off the paddock turn for time 1. Led by Southwind Ricochet. Rock the Baby goes second, Timberly Lady third. Animosity has fourth. Then fifth is Life Speak. On the outside, it's Up to You moves out from 6. Then it's Harlequin Romance 7th, and the trailer Sweet Sylvia halfway home in 58 and 3. Around the turn they go, approaching 5-8. Southwind Ricochet, the leader on Rock the Baby, and sticking with the leaders third, Timberly Lady. Well back to fourth now is Animosity. It's Up to You on the outside fifth, but no advancement. At the rail, Life Speaks is 6. Harlequin Romance 7th, Sweet Sylvia 8th. They're by 3/4, and that's Southwind Ricochet who got them there in 1:27 and 4. She's an eighth of a mile out. Southwind Ricochet turning home. Rock the Baby second, third Timberly Lady, and down the stretch they come. Southwind Ricochet, Rock the Baby, Timberly Lady, Southwind Ricochet, and Paul Angel. Second, that'll go to Rock the Baby. Then for third, it's Timberly Lady. And the time for the mile, 1:57. Flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Southwind Ricochet drives out of the 2-hole to the quarter in 28 and 3, takes the front, the half in 58 and 3, down to 3/4 in 1:27 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media as we see Southwind Ricochet get her third win of the season, fourth career, and a new life's best tonight. 1:57 flat. Paul Angel was in the bike. Rock the Baby second, both trained by Earl Watts. Up for third is the 3, Timberly Lady. So it's 2-4-3 unofficially in tonight's fifth race. Vance Cameron just missing that super high 5 in tonight's fifth race. We're going to see Southwind Ricochet and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
There's Southwind Ricochet on her way into the Woodmere Standardbridge Winners Circle in the fifth. Pacing filly, 3-year-old daughter of Better's Delight from the Some Beach Somewhere Dam. Our Marie Hanover. Oma Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. Bred by Southwind Farms of New Jersey. Trained by Earl Watts and Paul Langer, guides her to victory and a new pacing record of 157. Southwind Ricochet in the Super High Five.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from race 5. Life Speaks was 7th. Southwind Ricochet, the winner. Kimberly Lady, 3rd. Rock the Baby finished 2nd. It's Up to You, 6th. Animosity was 4th. Harlequin Romance finished 5th. Sweet Sylvia was 8th. They went 28-3, 58-3, 127-4, and the mile in 157. In review, it's 7-1-3, 2-6-4, 5-8. Southwind Ricochet paid $220. The Exactor $850, Triactor $23.80, Super High Five at $34.60.
Spin to Win is back at Red Shore, Charlottetown from September the 1st to the 30th. Rewards Club members have a chance to spin the prize wheel and win up to $1,000 in free play prizing. Seat draws take place every hour between 3 and 8 p.m. from Sunday to Thursday. For more details and to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. There is a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go with a 617 in here. Backstretch speed also at 617. Classifiers choices 6, 7, and 3 in tonight's 6th race in 7 minutes.
Majestic Mason leads the sixth race on parade. Over Stephen Downey of Quitsham says New Brunswick, trained by Rick Armstrong. Brady Sweet drives. Katie Overdrive 2, owned by White Rabbit Racing of Moncton, New Brunswick. Kyle Mason trains and drives. Just a Country Boy 3, owned by Won't Back Down Stable up North River. Wink McCollum does the training, driven by Darren Crow. Acrobat Hanover 4, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained by Taylor Doyle. Brody McPhee drives. Bold and Bad 5, Brett Clough drives for owner-trainer Dina Clough, New Haven. 6 is Brigus, owned by Milton Young from Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes. Adam Murner up. Louis the Great is 7, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie is the trainer, driven by Corey McPherson. Brookdale Gym number 8, owned by Douglas and Doug Foley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 4 minutes to post time. Thank you to Peter Smith with Metro Home Building Center and Arnold Hagen with High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, title sponsors of the 2025 Maritime Breeders' Stake.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. Field of 8 in here. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Don't forget you can tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 6, Brigus, 4-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar for Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, who's also the breeder. Nick Oakes trains, and Adam Murner is in the bike. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from post 6, right down the road. A winner in 156 flat, 28-4 closing quarter. Adam Murner was in the bike, and he's in the bike again tonight on the 6, Brigus, 2-1. There's a look at the rail sitter, Majestic Mason, 4-year-old brown gelding by Arthur Blue Chip for Stephen Downey of Quispam, New Brunswick. He's also the breeder. Ricky Armstrong trains. Brady Sweet is in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from 2 and finished 2. Race time 156-2, 28-4 closing quarter. 2 wins on the season, including a record of 155 taken right here at Summerside. Majestic Mason on the rail tonight with Brady Sweet, your current choice, 2-1. And there's a look at the 7, Louis the Great, 3-year-old bay gelding by Danson Lou for Leith Wade of Summerside and Les Wade of Charlottetown. Les Wade trains. Corey McPherson in the bike looking for his second win tonight. Last start was last Tuesday night here. Left from post 4 and finished second. Race time 157-4, 29-2 closing quarter. 4 wins on the season, including an equaling record of 155-2 right here at Summerside. Louis the Great leaving 7 tonight with Corey McPherson, 5-2. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 6th race. Majestic Mason and Brady Sweet at 7-2. Katie Overdrive 2 with Kyle Mason at 36-1. The 3 is Just a Country Boy with Darren Crow at 8-1. Acrobat Hanover 4 with Brody McPhee at 8-1. The 5, Bold and Bad with Brett Clough at 72-1. Brigus leaves 6 with Adam Murner, your current choice now at 3-4. Louis the Great 7 with Corey McPherson at 3-1. Rounding out the field 8. That's Brookdale Gym with Paul Angel at 72-1. That's the field for tonight's 6th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's sixth race, a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Majestic Mason, Katie Overdrive, Just a Country Boy, Acrobat Hanover, Bold and Bad, Brigus, Louis the Great, and Brookdale Jim. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Just a Country Boy, the first one out. Majestic Mason at the rail. Brigus to their outside third. Katie Overdrive away fourth. Then in fifth, Acrobat Hanover on the outside for sixth. That's Louis the Great. Then in seventh, Bold and Bad, followed by the trailer, Brookdale Jim. Up the backstretch they go. Majestic Mason, he's in unfamiliar territory this night. Right on that choo-choo. In line to Brady Sweet, the quarter pole leading. Second, Just a Country Boy. Katie Overdrive is third. Brigus, he's away fourth off a 28 and 4/4 mile. Acrobat Hanover has fifth. Then sixth is Louis the Great. Bold and Bad seventh. And on the outside from eighth, Brookdale Jim goes underway from the back. Off the paddock turn they come towards the half mile. Majestic Mason is halfway home with the lead. Just a Country Boy second. Brigus comes first up on the outside third. KD Overdrive at the rail fourth. To the outside and second over fifth. Acrobat Hanover 59 and 1.5. Around the turn over to the 5/8 led by Majestic Mason. Brigus now right alongside the leader. Just a Country Boy third. Acrobat Hanover fourth. Moving up fifth, Louis the Great. Then in sixth is KD Overdrive. On the outside, Brookdale Jim is seventh. Now the trailer. That is Bold and Bad. They're by 3/4 and they battle on the front end. Majestic Mason at the rail. Brigus on the outside. Bridle to bridle with an 8 to go. 1:28 and 2. The 3/4 time. Now they're in the home stretch. Majestic Mason along the rail. Brigus on the outside. Just a Country Boy third. They land on the line next, and Brigus gets up for Murner. Second, Majestic Mason. Louis the Great, he rallied up on the outside to finish third. 1:57. 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. And we saw Majestic Mason go to the front, 28-4, the half and 59 and 1. First over came Brigus coming to the half, and they battle down the backstretch, 3/4 in 1:28 and 2. And here is the stretch drive. Brigus on the inside, Majestic Mason off screen. You can't see. That's Louis the Great. Here's a great shot by Matthew McLean at Universal Media, seeing Brigus get up to win 2 in a row. Adam Murner in the bike. Time for the mile, 1:57 and 1. Majestic Mason second, Louis the Great third. It's 6:17, ice cold here in the 6th. We'll see Brigus and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
There's Brigus going back-to-back here in Summerside. He's on his way into the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by Better Than Cheddar. From the Art Major Dam, Bacchata Hanover, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, who's also the breeder. Trained by Nick Oakes, and Adam Murner drives him to victory in 1:57 and 1. Brigus in the 6th.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in race 6, Majestic Mason was second, Katie Overdrive 6th, Just a Country Boy 5th, Acrobat Hanover 4th, Bold and Bad was 7th, Brigus was the race winner, Louis the Great finished 3rd, Brookdale Jim was 8th. They went 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 128 and 2, and the mile 157 and 1. From the top, your program reads 265 471 38. Brigus paid $4 to win. The exactor was 810, triactor 2060, and the superfecta 750. Final call to get that 50-50 draw ticket. Right now, $400, $410 right now going to go to the winner. And it's your final call to get your 50-50 draw ticket right now, valued at $410.
Thank you to McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 7th race. A field of 7 in here. I like a 3-6-1. Backstretch beat at 6-1 and 2. Class Far's choices 1-2-6 in tonight's 7th race in 7 minutes.
How Maximus on the 7th race post weight on the great story of Montague, trained by Tammy Collins. Paul Angel drives. McLand is 2, owned by Michael Dubé from St. Maurice, Quebec. Chris Davies is the trainer, driven by David Dowling. Hamac Exclusive 3, owned by Leith Waite, Leslie Waite, and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Waite, Corey McPherson up. Freeman's Legacy 4, Jacob Sweet, training and driving for owner Mackenzie Arsenal, Alberton. Almost There Boss wears number 5, owned by David John Sweet of Valeri, trained by Ralph Sweet, Kenny Murphy. Melody Maker 6, Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, owns and trains, Ryan DeRoss drives. Almost Game is number 7, is owned by Delta McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of Valeri, trained by Dwayne McCachran, driven by Brody McPhee. 4 minutes to 7th race, post time. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway at Red Shores, Summerside. Players have a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October 6th and November 11th. For more details, go to Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Field of 7, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. I'm landing on the 3, Hamac Exclusive, 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Leith Waite and Les Waite and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite trains, Corey McPherson in the bike, looking for a driving double tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left in the back tier, post 9. Finished 5th. Race time 1:57 and 3, 28-4 closing quarter. Start before that here was Monday, September the 1st, left from 2. Wire-to-wire winner in 1:56 and 4, 29 and 2 closing quarter. It's Halmac exclusive from post 3 with Corey McPherson, your current choice at even money. And there's a look at the 6, Melody Maker. 7-year-old Big Yelling by He's Watching for Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, who's also the trainer. Ryan Darash will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, head the rail and finished second. Just beat a length and 3/4. Race time 1:57 and 1, 28 seconds flat on the end of it. Paul Angel was in the bike. 3 wins this season thus far, 155 season's best, taken right here at Summerside. It's Melody Maker from post 6 with Ryan Darash. Good odds, 7 to 1. And there is your rail setter tonight. Halmac Maximus. Paul Ansel driving for Grace Surrey of Montague. Tammy Collins is the trainer of this 6-year-old Big Yelling by Articulator. Last start was here on Monday, September the 1st. From post 6 was a winner by a neck in 1:57 and 3, 29 and 2 closing quarter. Ryan Darash was in the bike. That was his only win thus far in 2025. Halmac Maximus on the rail with Paul Angel, 3 to 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 7th race. As I mentioned, a field of 7 in here. On the rail is Halmac Maximus with Paul Angel at 3 to 1. The 2, McLand with David Dowling at 4 to 1. Halmac exclusive 3 and Corey McPherson at even money. 4 is Freeman's Legacy on your screen right now with Jacob Sweet at 9 to 2. Almost there, Boss 5 with Kenny Murphy at 40 to 1. Melody Maker 6 and Ryan Darash at 9 to 1. 9 to 1 as well on the 7, Almost Amos with Brody McPhee. That's your field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your plays. The horse and drivers are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for this evening's 7th race. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Halmac Maximus, McLand, Halmac exclusive. Freeman's Legacy, Almost There, Boss, Melody Maker, and Almost Amos is on the outside. Top of the stretch. Seventh race, ready for a start. off and pacing the inside trio leave out Halmac Maximus, McLand, and Halmac Exclusive. Freeman's Legacy into the turn from fourth, racing fifth up from the outside, Melody Maker. Almost Their Boss got away sixth, then the trailer seventh. Almost Amos up the backstretch they go, guarding the cones, Halmac Maximus, and Paul Angel on the lead. On the outside, caught out and moving up is Melody Maker, now at the rail third, that's McLand. Fourth on the cones is Halmac Exclusive. Racing from fifth is Freeman's Legacy, then in sixth, Almost Their Boss, and Almost Amos 7:28 and to the quarter. Melody Maker made the lead here for Ryan DeRoche, and coming at him now, Halmac Maximus out of the two-hole. Racing third, McLand, then in fourth. At the midway point is Halmac Exclusive. Halmac Maximus back on the lead with Langell. Melody Maker now second, McLand at the rail third. There goes Halmac Exclusive underway fourth. 56 and 2 was the half mile. 28 seconds flat in the second quarter on the backstretch for time two. Leading to three quarters, Halmac Maximus. On the outside, second is Halmac Exclusive. Third at the rail, Melody Maker. Racing fourth on the outside is Freeman's Legacy. McLand nowhere to go fifth. Now sixth is Almost Amos, and Almost Their Boss. He's seven, three quarters completed in 1:25 and 4. Down to an eighth to go, and opening by 3. Halmac Maximus turning home. Melody Maker along the rail. Halmac Maximus between horses. Way wide, Freeman's Legacy. Halmac Maximus doubles up Langell here in the seventh. Freeman's Legacy rallied up for second. We'll need a show photo. And the time for the mile here in tonight's seventh, 1:55.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's seventh race. Halmac Maximus gets back to the front after a quarter at 28-2, the half 56 and 2, down to three quarters, rocking and rolling in 1:25 and 4. Here's the stretch drive, opens up in the field here to win tonight in 1:55 and 2, season's best, second win of the season, 17th career. Paul Angel doubles up in the bike tonight. In for second, that's the 4, Freeman's Legacy. And up for third, it looks like the 3, Halmac Exclusive. It's 1-4-3 unofficially in the seventh. We're going to see Halmac Maximus and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle in a moment.
There's how Mac Maxim is on his way into the 7th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 6 by Articulator. From the American Ideal Dam, Scirocco Miley K. On the great story of Montague, bred by Hamac Farms Limited. Trained by Tammy Collings. Paul Langell goes back-to-back for the double. Excellent trip for the horse tonight in 155 and 2. How Mac Maximus for the Langell double in the 7th.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results in the 7th. Hamac Maximus, the race winner. McLand was 6. Hamac Exclusive, 3rd. Freeman's Legacy was 2nd. Almost Their Boss finished 7th. Melody Maker was 5th. Almost Amos finished 4th. 28 and 2. 56 and 2. 125 and 4. And the mile 155 and 2. In review, it's 163. 2754. Hamac Maximus 330 to win. The Exactor 1030, Triactor 2880, and the Superfactor was 1502.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on a Tuesday night at Red Shore Summerside. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Island Oceans Trot Series. Red Shores is pleased to present the 2025 edition of the Island Oceans Trot Series. The first 3 legs of the series will go for a purse of $6,500 each, followed by the final on Sunday, October the 12th for a purse of $15,000. Thank you to title sponsor Berkey by the Bay Stables for their continued support of harness racing here on Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race tonight. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I like 4, 5, 8. Backstretch beat going 4, 2, 8. Classifier's choices 4, 2, and 6 in tonight's 8th race in 7 minutes. And there's that very close show photo from tonight's 7th race. You're seeing Halmac exclusive just nipping Almost Amos on the line in tonight's 7th race.
Brookdale Thomas leads the 8th race on parade, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell driving. Edge of the World number 2, owned by Brett LeBlanc, Matty Clow, and Nolan Campbell. Brett trains and drives. Twisted Joke number 3, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Melanchon, Kyle Mason. Mappo O'Reilly number 4, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, David Dowling. 5, Mr. William, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson drives. Sword from the Stone number 6, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman, Gordy McCollum from Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet, Brody McPhee aboard. Hands off, nose in number 7, Kenny Murphy drives for owner-trainer Ralph Sweet, O'Leary. Number 8, Wizard, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald, Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky is back with the top contenders, but first a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Last call 50-50. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. Last call 50-50. 8th race, Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering landing on the 4. Mappo O'Reilly, 4-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for Haley Curry of Rocky Point, who's also the breeder. Taylor Doyle is the trainer, looking for a training double tonight. David Dowling in the bike, looking for a driving double. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from post 6, finished second, just beat ahead. 156 and 3, 29 and 3 closing quarter for David Dowling. The start before that here was the holiday Monday, September the 1st. Left on the rail was a winner by a neck in 155 and 4, 29 and 3 closing quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike. Mappo O'Reilly from post 4 with David Dowling, your current choice at 1-9. And there we get a peek at the 5, Mr. William. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Art Speak for Susan McKagan and Mike James. Blaine McKenna is the trainer. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from post 3 and finished third. Race time 156 and 4, 28 and 4 closing quarter for Mr. William, who leaves 5 tonight with Mr. McPherson. Good odds, 78 to 1. And for some of you long shot players out there, there is the 8 Wizard. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Stonebridge Terror for Kent Williams of Ellerslie. Alan McDonald is the trainer. Adam Erner is in the bike looking for his second win tonight. Last start was last Tuesday night here. Left from 7, finished 6th. Race time 1:57.4, 29.3 closing quarter. 4 wins on the season from 15 tries. 10 times in the top 3. 155 record taken right here at Summerside on the 8 Wizard with Adam Erner now at 80-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 8th race. Brookdale, Thomas, and Paul Angel at 73-1. Edge of the World, Brett LeBlanc at 5-1. The 3 Twisted Joke and Kyle Mason at 60-1. Mappo O'Reilly, the current choice on the board at 1-9 with David Dowling. Mr. William 5 and Corey McPherson at 12-1. The 6 Sword from the Stone with Brody McPhee at 55-1. 7 is Hands Off Nose In with Kenny Murphy at 87-1. Rounding out the field, that's Wizard with Adam Erner 52-1. That's the field for tonight's 8th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 8th race has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Brookdale Thomas, Edge of the World, Twisted Joke, Mappo O'Reilly. Mr. Williams, Sword from the Stone, Hands Off, Nose In, Wizard on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Field of 8. They're up on the gate. Fate time. Ralph N. pacing. Brookdale Thomas leaving out. Mappo O'Reilly in between horses. Edge of the World and Twisted Joke as they round the turn. To get away 5th is Mr. Williams. Then Sword from the Stone in 6th. Hands Off Nose in 7th. And Wizard 8. On the backstretch they go. Brookdale Thomas out in front. It may be short-lived. Here's Mappo O'Reilly and Dowling, and they're headed to the lead. Brookdale Thomas settles up the long shot. Will get the 2-hole ride all alone in 3rd. That's Edge of the World. Back into 4th, Twisted Joke. 29 seconds flat, opened it up. Racing 5th is Mr. William. Then 6th, Sword from the Stone. Hands Off Nose In is 7th. And Wizard, he's headed to the outside from 8th. Off the Fattig turn they come, and they have the half mile in their sights. Mappo O'Reilly at 1-9. Halfway home by almost 2. Second is Brookdale Thomas. Edge of the World 3rd. There goes Mr. William to pick up 4th on the outside. Twisted Joke at the rail 5th. 58-3 was the half as they move over to the 5/8. Mappo O'Reilly leading it. Brookdale Thomas goes 2nd. Edge of the World 3rd. On the cone to Mr. William 4th. Sword from the Stone is taken over 5th. Twisted Joke back to 6th. On the outside, Wizard 7. Hands Off Nose In is 8th. They're by 3/4. Mappo O'Reilly is still there in 1:27.4. Stalking second. Brookdale Thomas coming to the outside here at long odds, and they're homeward bound. Mappo O'Reilly looking to see it through. Brookdale Thomas on the outside second. Edge of the world. Mappo O'Reilly to double up. Dowling and Doyle. Second, that's Brookdale Thomas. We're going to need a show photo in here. It's Mappo O'Reilly in 1:56.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Mappo O'Reilly gets to the front, 29. The half up in 58.3. Down to 3/4 in 1:27.4. And here's the stretch drive. David Dowling looking for a double tonight. Taylor Doyle training double tonight. And they get it, 1:56.2. Mappo O'Reilly gets his 5th lifetime win, 3rd of this season. In for second is the 1, Brookdale Thomas. For third, that is the 5, Mr. William, 415 unofficially. In the 8th, we're going to see Mappo O'Reilly and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
There's Mappo O'Reilly on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winners circle here in race 8. Bay pacing gelding 4 by Sunshine Beach from the Real Desire Dam. Mappo's mowing hay. A homebred of Haley Curry from Rocky Point. Taylor Doyle has the training double. David Dowling has the driving double. And the horse stops the clock tonight in 1:56.2. And for the horse, that is his 5th lifetime victory. Mappo O'Reilly for Dowling and Doyle's doubles here in the 8th. Here's the official results from race 8. Brookdale Thomas 2nd. Edge of the World 4th. Twisted Joke 5th. Mappo O'Reilly the race winner. Mr. William was 3rd. Sword from the Stone finished 6th. Hands Off Nose In was 8th. Wizard finished 7th. 29, 58.3. 1:27.4. And the mile 1:56.2. From the top, your program rates 245, 136, 87. Mappo O'Reilly at 210. The Exactor 720, Triactor 5090, and the Superfecta was 1687.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And in the upcoming 9th race, number 5, Dusty Duke has been scratched. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for the upcoming 9th race. Scratched down to a field of 5. I'm going with a 4-1-3. Backstretch beat at 4-3-1. Classifier's choices 1, 4, and 3 in the 9th in 8 minutes.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets, valued at $488. The winning number is 236208. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $488, 236208. Good luck. Dr. Grenfell on the 9th race post rate, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes out of Murder Drives. Zendaya's Moonbeam number 2, owned by Carl Eisner of Truro, Nova Scotia. Carl trains and drives. 3 Makita, owned by Suzanne McKeegan, Christina Thompson, and Ronnie McLean, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson up. Hockey's Deo number 4, Jacob Sweet, training and driving for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. 5 Dusty Duke is scratch. Number 6 is Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Avalette. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. This is Race Day from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Stand by for a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Life is filled with moments worth celebrating. During the festivities, it's important to remember that all alcohol use comes with risks. You have the right to know that drinking less alcohol reduces your health and social risks.
I have a lot to be healthy for.
I have the right to know,
I don't need alcohol to celebrate.
and that's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
Join us in helping others be aware of the risks. Choose to drink less, because less is best.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Note the scratch of the 5, Dusty Duke. Landing on the 4 in here, Hawkish Deo. Exactor 20-cent superfecta. Triactor win place and show wagering in this one. Hawkish Deo is a 4-year-old bay horse by McWickett for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet, the trainer and the driver. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 6, finished 6. Race time 1:58 and 3. Has 2 wins on the season, including a record of 158 and 1, taken right here at Summerside on August the 3rd. Hawkish Deo from post 4 with Jacob Sweet at 9-5. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here, Dr. Grenfell. He's a 5-year-old brown gelding by Shadow Play from Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Nick Oakes is the trainer and Adam Murner in the bike. They're looking for doubles tonight, training and driving. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from post 7, finished 5th. Race time 1:58 and 3, 28 and 3 closing quarter. Still looking for that first win in a couple of seasons. Dr. Grenfell on the rail with Adam Murner, 3-2.
Tonight's winners of the 50-50 draw were Barry McCachran and Sarah Murphy. Congratulations.
And there's a look at the 3, Makita, 3-year-old bay gelding by Militias for Susan McKagan, Christina Thompson, and Ronnie McLean. Blaine McKenna, the trainer. Corey McPherson looking for his second win tonight. Last start last Tuesday night from post 5. Finished 8th. Race time 1:59 flat, 29 and 2. Closing quarter. 2 wins on the season and lifetime. 2 minutes, 2/5. Record rate here at Summerside. On the 3, Makita, Corey McPherson, 3-1. Tonight's ninth race, scratched down to a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Dr. Grenfell, Zendaya's Moonbeam, Makita, Hockey's Day-O, Starship Destiny, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing Hockey's Day-O leaving out. Dr. Grenfell at the rail. Into the turn. Zendaya's Moonbeam third. Makita got away fourth, and then the early trailer in fifth. Starship Destiny. They're at the 8th pole. It'll be Dr. Grenfell and Adam Murner to show the way to the quarter. Tucked away for the 2-hole ride is Hockey's Day-O. All alone in third. Zendaya's Moonbeam. That's Makita racing from fourth, and Starship Destiny trails fifth. They're at the opening quarter mile, and it's Dr. Grenfell. He'll be the fraction center in this compact field of 5. He got him to the quarter in 29 and 3. Hockey's Day-O will track along second, pacing from third. Zendaya's Moonbeam. Makita continues fourth, followed by Starship Destiny. Straight alignment and no movement as they arrive at the opening half-mile next. Dr. Grenfell is halfway home. Hockey's Day-O goes second, then third, Zendaya's Moonbeam. Fourth is Makita, and continuing to trail, Starship Destiny. Halfway home in 59 and 1. Midway round the turn for time 2 they go, led by Dr. Grenfell. Sticking with them second is Hockey's Day-O. Gapping in third is Zendaya's Moonbeam. We've had absolutely no movement in here. They go to 3/4 next. Dr. Grenfell will get them there. Hockey's Day-O is second, Zendaya's Moonbeam third. Makita, he's the first one to make a move. He's on the outside fourth. And the trailer, Starship Destiny. 1:28 and 4 was the 3/4 time. 1/8 of a mile out. Dr. Grenfell trying to close it out here. Hockey's Day-O, the only one close enough to him. Deep stretch now. Dr. Grenfell and Murner. They go all the way. Second, that is Hockey's Day-O. Tight for third. Might have been Starship Destiny. There will be a show photo. 1:56 and 2. 27 and 3 closing quarter.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race. Dr. Grenfell goes right down the road tonight from the rail. 29 and 3, 59 and 1, 128 and 4 to 3/4, and they lose contact with the rest of the field here in deep stretch. No wonder. Coming last half in 57 and 1 to win this tonight in 1:56 and 2. Dr. Grenfell doubles up Nicholas Oakes on the training side and Adam Murner on the driving side tonight. In for second is the 4, Hockey's Day-O. Up for third on the line, that is the 6, Starship Destiny. It's 1-4-6 unofficially. In the ninth, we'll see Dr. Grenfell and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle next.
We're serving up doubles on this Tuesday night here in the 9th race at Summerside. Owner Milton Young will double up. Trainer Nick Oakes will double up. And driver Adam Murner, he'll double up as Dr. Grenfell takes him into the 9th race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Gelding, he's 5 by Shadow Play. From the Cam's Card Shark Dam game table. Owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Bred by the Windback Farm. Trained by Nick Oakes. Driven to victory by Adam Murner. And he's never been better than he just was tonight here in Summerside. Pacing to a new race win record. He closed it out in 27-3. Now has a record of 156-2. Dr. Grenfell in the 9th. Now the official results in the 9th, Dr. Grenfell was the winner. Zendaya's Moonbeam 4th. Makita finished 5th. Hockey's Deo was 2nd. Dusty Duke was scratched. Starship Destiny finished 3rd. They went 29-3, 59-1, 128-4, and the mile in 156-2. In review, 145, 2 scratch 3. Dr. Grenfell paid $440. The Exactor 620, Triactor 1290, Superfecta 623.
Redshores Racing is proud to present the Player Portal. This page is everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. Visit the Player Portal at Redshores.ca/racing. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Equipment change on number 3. Watchmaker removes the pull-out earplugs. I'm going to go 1-2-7 in here. Backstretch speed at 2-1-4. Classifiers choices 2, 5, and 7 in the 10th in 7 minutes. Here's a look at the show photo from tonight's 9th race in the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. The 6 Starship Destiny just nipping the 2 Zendaya's Moonbeam. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Tenth race on the track for post parade. Number 1, Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter. Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy drives. Jack Boswell, number 2, owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood and Blendish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Trained by Keith McDonnell. David Dowling drives. Watchmaker number 3, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ellen Stevenson. Mike Downey drives. For Braxton's Boy, owned by Rick Armstrong and Mark Land of Summerside. Rick does the training. John Davidson driving. 5 American Risk, owned by Risky Biz Group of Truro, Nova Scotia. Trained by George Rennison. Tonight, Brady Sweet. Rose Run X-Con number 6, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. Doc Awesome is 7, owned by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training and driven by Adam Murner at 3 minutes to post time. Up next, a message from HPI and the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Equipment change on the 3, Watchmaker. He removes the pull-out earplugs. Landing on the rail sitter, Little Leroy, 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Joe Baxter is the trainer, Kenny Murphy in the bike. They're looking for their doubles tonight, Kenny Murphy and Joe Baxter. Last start was here on August the 26th, left from post 2, finished 5th. Race time 1:56 flat, 29-1 closing quarter. Charlottetown, August the 14th, left from post 3 and finished 3. Race time 1:54-3 with a closing quarter of 27-3. 4 wins on the season from 10 tries, 152-2 scorcher of a record at Charlottetown on June the 21st. Little Leroy on the rail tonight with Kenny Murphy aboard, 9-5. There's a look at the 2, Jack Boswell. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Tobago Cays for Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood and Blennis Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Keith McDonnell, the trainer. David Dowling in the bike, looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start was here, August 26th, on the rail. Was a winner by 3.5 lengths in 1:54-2. Closing quarter, 29-1. David Dowling was in the bike. That was his 3rd win in a row. 6 wins on the season from 12 tries. A record of 153-4 at Charlottetown. Jack Boswell leaves post 2 tonight with David Dowling. Right now, they're your current choice at 8-5. And a few long shot players tonight. I put in the 7, Doc Awesome, a 5-year-old big gelding by All Bets Off for Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron. Darla McCachran trains. Adam Murner is looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from 2 was a winner by 3 3/4 lengths. He was never better. New record 154-1. Closing quarter 28-3. Doc Awesome from post 7 with Adam Murner. Good odds 7-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 10th race. Little Leroy on the rail with Kenny Murphy 2-1. Jack Boswell 2 and David Dowling at 6-5. The 3 Watchmaker and Mike Downey at 15-1. 4 is Braxton's Boy with John Davidson at 24-1. The 5 American Risk with Brady Sweet on your screen right now at 9-5. Rose Run X-Con 6 with Norris Rogers at 18-1. Rounding out the field 7 Doc Awesome and Adam Murner at 8-1. That is the field for tonight's 10th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race. A good-looking field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Little Leroy, Jack Boswell, Watchmaker, Braxton's Boy, American Risk, Rose Run X-Con, Doc Awesome outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. American Risk is leaving out. Braxton's Boy is leaving out. Jack Boswell leaving. Little Leroy, he stacks them up here at the rail as they round that first turn. Jack Boswell's got his head in front. Little Leroy along the rail. He goes second. Braxton's Boy is settled into third. Fourth, that's Watchmaker. Caught out fifth is American Risk. Then 6 is Rose Run X-Con. Trailing the field, Doc Awesome in 7th. By the quarter mile, it's Jack Boswell and David Dowling. They're on the point, and they opened it up in 28-1. Little Leroy getting the 2-hole ride around the turn. Braxton's Boy, he races third. Then from 4th is Watchmaker. Finding room at the rail 5th was American Risk. Then it's Rose Run X-Con in 6th and Doc Awesome 7th. Straight alignment at the midway point. Jack Boswell, the favorite, halfway home for Dowling. Tracking second is Little Leroy. Braxton's Boy, the long shot at the rail third. 57-4 was the half. Over to the 5/8 they go. Jack Boswell leading Little Leroy. Braxton's Boy now going to try his luck. First up on the outside third. Watchmaker at the rail fourth. On the outside fifth, that's American Risk. Doc Awesome on the cone 6th. On the outside 7th, Rose Run X-Con. They go by 3/4. quarters. Jack Boswell is still there. Braxton's Boy on the outside. 3/4 stripped in 1:27 and 1. They round the turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Jack Boswell turning home. Little Leroy at the rail. Braxton's Boy third. Watchmaker and American Wrist. On the wire they come next. Jack Boswell. Little Leroy. Jack Boswell. Dowling's got the triple. Second, Little Leroy. Show photo needed. Time for this mile. 1:56 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Jack Boswell handed the lead here, 28-1, the half, 57-4. Down to 3/4, 1:27-1. Got things his own way, and he gets the job done tonight. 29 seconds flat on the end of it. 1:56-1 for his 7th win of the season, 15th career. David Dowling triples up tonight. There's a great shot by Universal Media. Little Leroy can back on at the rail here to get the deuce. Up for third. Not posted yet in a photo. We're going to see Jack Boswell and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Jack Boswell on his way to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by Tobago Cays. Off the Example Dam, some shore, somewhere. Owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood. Blendish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Bred by Mark Golan and Craig Arsenault. Trained by Keith McDonnell. David Dowling has his 3rd winner for the triple. The horse has his 4th in a row tonight. The mile 1:56-1. Jack Boswell triples up David Dowling in the 10th. Here's the official results now from race 10. Little Leroy was second. Jack Boswell the winner. Watchmaker fourth. Braxton's Boy was seventh. American Risk finished third. Rose Run Ex-Con was sixth. Doc Awesome finished fifth. 28 and 1. 57 and 4. 127 and 1. And the mile 156 and 1. From the top, your program reads 214-7365. Jack Boswell at 290. The Exactor 540. Triactor was 1870. And the Superfecta 781.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Summerside and Charlottetown and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Field of 9. Note the driver change on the 6. Big Engine. Brady Sweet will drive. I'm going with a 3-1-2. Backstretch Beat likes 3-4-1. Classifier's choices 3-4-9 in the 11th in 7 minutes.
Tonight's 11th race on post parade, Phil Dorleans, number 1, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, Lyndon Hardy of Coleman, trained by Alan McDonald, Brody McPhee drives. J.J. Patrick, 2, owned by Mark Glenn and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick does the training, driven by John Davidson. Would be your Ideal Art, number 3, home of the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained with Sir Floyd Melanson. Kenny Murphy drives. Starship Zodiac 4, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training, driven by David Dowling. 5, Get Home Terry, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie. Edgar does the training, driven by Ryan DeRoche. 6 is Big Engine, owned by Evan Wilson from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Note the driver change to Brady Sweet. Brady Sweet on 6, Big Engine. 7 is Marley's Boy, owned by Wade Facconi of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner driving. 8 is Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson drives. 9, Brookdale George, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 2 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram to get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, casino, and restaurants.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Also is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4, landing on the 3. Woodmere Ideal Art, 10-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sifwa Melanson is the trainer. Kenny Murphy is in the bike looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start was at Truro Raceway, September the 5th. Left from post 4. Finished second, just beat by 3/4 of a length. 156 and 4, 29 and 2. Closing quarter, Robert Leffram was in the bike. 2 wins on the season, including a 156 and 3 season's best. Right here at Summerside for the 3. Woodmere Ideal Art with Kenny Murphy. Good odds, 7-1. And there we get a peek of the rail sitter, Phil Dorleans, 10-year-old bay gelding by Shanghai Phil for Kent Williams of Ellerslie and Lyndon Hardy of Coleman. Alan McDonald is the trainer. Brody McPhee gets the call to drive again tonight. Last Tuesday night here, left from post 7, finished 4th. Race time 157 flat, 28 and 4 closing quarter. Gets a much better position to work from tonight. Phil Dorleans with Brody McPhee on the rail at 4-5. And for you long shot players out there, I put in the 2 on post position. That's J.J. Patrick, 8-year-old bay gelding by Image of Dawn for Mark Galland and Ricky Armstrong of Summerside. Ricky Armstrong trains. John Davidson back in the bike. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from 6, finished 6. Race time 158 and 3, 29 and 2 closing quarter. Look down to August the 19th here in Summerside. Left from 2 and finished 2. Race time 157 and 3, 29 second flat. Closing quarter, J.J. Patrick leaves 2 tonight with Johnny D. All 9s on the board. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 11th race. A field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Phil Doleans, J.J. Patrick, Woodmere, Ideal Art, Starship Zodiac, Get Home Terry, Big Engine, Marley's Boy and Hunger Pangs. That's the frontier. We've got a trailer this time around. Brookdale George, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Woodmere Ideal Art is leaving. Phil Doleans along the rail. On the far outside, Hunger Pangs is leaving out as they round the turn. Big Engine is fourth towards the rail and racing from fifth is J.J. Patrick. Then sixth, Starship Zodiac. Back into seventh as they move to the backstretch is Brookdale George racing from eighth. That's Get Home Terry, and the trailer in ninth, Marley's Boy. Arriving up the quarter with Woodmere Ideal Art, the leader, in line to Kenny Murphy. Phil Doleans got away second. On the outside, Hunger Pangs in a whole heap of trouble. Parked out third. Opening quarter, they tripped it. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 3. A lively tempo in here. They're coming towards the opening half mile. Woodmere Ideal Art, the leader. Phil Doleans second. Hunger Pangs out all the way third. J.J. Patrick fourth. Starship Zodiac fifth. Big Engine sixth. On the outside, seventh, Brookdale George. Eighth up the rail, Get Home Terry. The ninth one, Marley's Boy. 57 and 4 for half a mile. Down to 3/8 left to go. Woodmere Ideal Art will lead the 3/4. Phil Doleans the 2-hole ride. Overland on the outside third. That's Hunger Pangs. Riding the rail fourth is J.J. Patrick. Starship Zodiac on the outside fifth. Then in sixth, they're by 3/4 now. Woodmere Ideal Art is still there. 127 and 3 the 3/4. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Woodmere Ideal Art is open by 2. Phil Doleans giving chase second. Then in third is J.J. Patrick. Starship Zodiac fourth. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Woodmere Ideal Art in line to Kenny Murphy. And there's 3 of them across the track in a place photo. Woodmere Ideal Art and his 45th lifetime victory tonight. 1:57.1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Woodmere Ideal Art, as expected, goes right down the road. 27 and 3, 57 and 4. 127 and 3 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive with Phil Doleans into the passing lane. J.J. Patrick out in the middle there. But Kenny Murphy's going to double up tonight and get the win with Woodmere Ideal Art. As Vance mentioned, win number 45 career, his 3rd win of the season. Up for second, it is close on the line, but now posted the 2, J.J. Patrick, and the 1, Phil Doleans 3rd. 3-2-1 unofficially. In the 11th, we'll see Woodmere Ideal Art and Kenny Murphy in the winner's circle next. And a winner in our second chance draw tonight, Brenda Ramsey. You can come to the broadcast desk. The $20 voucher here. Brenda Ramsey, come to the broadcast desk.
There's Woodmere Ideal Art about to visit the winner's circle for the 45th time of his career. Woodmere Ideal Art, bay facing gelding 10 by Articulator off the Western Ideal Dam, Very Ideal Hanover. Home of the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeport, New Brunswick. Bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Trained by Chifwant Malonson. Kenny Murphy's second winner tonight for the double. The mile 157 and 1. Woodmere Ideal Art doubles up Kenny Murphy and picks up win number 45 in Summerside. Here's the official results from race 11. Phil Darlene's third. J.J. Patrick was second. Woodmere Ideal Art, the race winner. Starship Zodiac finished fourth. Get Home Terry was ninth. Big Engine finished seventh. Marley's Boy was fifth. Hunger Pangs finished eighth. Brookdale George was sixth. 27 and 3. 57 and 4. 127 and 3, and the mile 157 and 1. From the top, your program reads 3, 2, 1, 4, 9, 7, 5, 8, 6. Woodmere Ideal Art, fade 330. The Exactor $33, Triactor $93.30, Superfecta $178.29.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Grand in Your Hand, Red Shore Summerside. The promotion is now underway here in Summerside on live race days. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October the 6th and November the 11th. There will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. There's our selections. I'm going with a 7.42. Backstretch speed at 7.46. Classifiers choices 4, 7, and 8 in the 12th race in 7 minutes. There's that very close place and show photo from tonight's 11th race. You're seeing J.J. Patrick just nipping Phil Dorleans on the line along with the 4 Starship Zodiac. Another great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Twelfth race on Post Parade, Brookdale Shelley, number 1, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Ryan DeRoss driving. Love Party, number 2, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. Canvas of Stars 3, owned by Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy. Glenview Ronda number 4 is owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Tonight, Brody McPhee. 5 is Elm Grove Quest, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. Nanny Bernice number 6, owned and trained by Janice Hubbard of Carlisle, Ontario. John Davidson up. Broken Head of Gas, number 7, owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook. Paul Angel drives. 8 is Unbridled Fury, owned by Kenneth Graham of Kensington, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. 3 minutes to 12th race post time. Join us on Prince Edward Island for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown on Thanksgiving weekend.
The 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown is set for Thanksgiving weekend at Red Shores Racetrack and Casino in Charlottetown. The Weekend of Champions starts with the Atlantic Classic Sale on Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Saturday features a top-notch card of racing and the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Awards Banquet and Gala in the top of the park. Join us Sunday for a special presentation of the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award before the best colts and fillies compete for championship honors. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. For a complete list of events, accommodations, and sponsors, visit Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. A field of 8 in here, landing on the 7, Broke and Out of Gas. 4-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Looking for a training double tonight. Paul Angel's looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start was in Charlottetown, September the 11th. Left from post 6, finished 6. Race time 1:58 flat, 31-1 on the end of it. Start before that, though, September the 4th at Charlottetown. Left 5, right down the road. A winner by 6 1/4 in 1:54-4. New race win record, 28-3 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike. Broke and Out of Gas. Leave 7 tonight with Paul Angel, 7-5. There we see the 4, Glenview Ronda. She's a free-legged 7-year-old bay mare by Immaculate for Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. He's also the breeder and the trainer. Brody McPhee in the bike. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from 5, finished 3rd. Race time 1:56-2, 30-2 closing quarter. Has a win this season from 8 tries, 157 flat here, 4 starts back on August the 19th for Keith Legg. Glenview Ronda, leaf 4 tonight with Brody McPhee, 7-2. And there we get a peek at the 2, Love Party, 4-year-old bay mare by Stag Party for Susan McKagan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia. Blaine McKenna trains, Corey McPherson in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start was last Tuesday night here, left from 2, finished 6th. 159-3, 28-4 on the end of it. 2 wins this season from 13 tries, 158-4, season's best at Charlottetown 4 starts ago on August the 16th for Paul McKenzie. Love Party leaves 2 with Corey McPherson, 8-1. Tonight's 12th race has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Brookdale, Shelley, Love Party, Canvas of Stars. Glenview, Rhonda, Elm Grove, Quest, Nanny, Bernice. Broken Out of Gas, Unbridled Fury outside. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing Canvas of Stars, the first one out. Brookdale Shelley is second. Love Party third. To their outside, Glenview Rhonda enters the turn fourth. To get away fifth along that inside is Elm Grove Quest, moving up 6. Broken Out of Gas. Then the 7th one, Nanny Bernice, and trailing early, Unbridled Fury, the quarter full bound. Canvas of Stars made the lead. To outside, driving up now is Glenview Rhonda, and she's set to take over on by the opening quarter mile, and Glenview Rhonda for Brody McPhee down to the rail with the lead. 28-4 the quarter mile. Canvas of Stars is second, around the turn third. That's Brookdale Shelley. Love Party's in fourth, racing from fifth. That's Broken Out of Gas. Back into sixth is Elm Grove Quest, racing seventh Nanny Bernice, and trailing the field on the outside, Unbridled Fury. Halfway home in the 12th, led by Glenview Rhonda. Racing from second, that is Canvas of Stars. They were at the half, 57-4 as they roll along next to 5-8. Glenview Rhonda getting them there. Canvas of Stars second, Broken Out of Gas. She's getting into it now. Third on the outside. Racing from fourth, that's Brookdale Shelley. Love Party on the outside, fifth. Sixth is Elm Grove Quest. Then it's Unbridled Fury seventh, and at the rail eighth, Nanny Bernice. They go by 3/4. New leader, Broken Out of Gas on the outside, takes over. 3/4 up in 1:27-3, 1/8 of a mile out, and that is Broken Out of Gas by 2, turning for home. Glenview Rhonda second, Canvas of Stars third. Deep stretch now. They land on the line next. Broke and Out of Gas, the triple up Paul Angel. Second second is Glenview Ronda. Canvas of Stars has finished third. Time for the mile, 1:56 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. And we saw Glenview Ronda go to the front, 28-4, the half 57-4, going to three quarters. Broken Out of Gas was first over, clears the lead, going past the three quarters in 1:27-3. Here's the stretch drive as we see Broken Out of Gas get her fourth win of the season, eighth career. This time tonight in 1:56-1. Paul Angel has a triple tonight. Tammy Collins doubles up on the training side. Glenview Ronda in there for second. Canvas of Stars is third. It's 7-4-3 unofficially. In tonight's 12th race, we're going to see Broke and Out of Gas and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Broken Out of Gas on her way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle from tonight's 12th race. Broken Out of Gas, Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Arthur Blue Chip from the Goliath by Yama Dam, one hot vet. A homebred of Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook. Tammy does the training for a training double. Paul Langell will guide her to victory for the driving triple. The mile 1:56 and 1. Broken Out of Gas in the 12th. Now the official results in the 12th race, Brookdale Shelley was 8th. Love Party 4th. Canvas of Stars 3rd. Glenview Ronda finished 2nd. Elm Grove Quest was 6th. Nanny Bernice finished 7th. Broken Out of Gas was the race winner. Unbridled Fury finished 5th. 28-4. 57-4. 127-3. And the mile in 1:56-1. From the top, your program reads 8:43, 2:67-15. Broken Out of Gas paid $4.90. Exactor $9.10, Triactor $36.90, and the Superfecta $12.48.
The Atlantic Invitational Series concludes with the Premier's Cup Final on Breeders' Crown weekend at Redshores, Charlottetown. The top 8-point earners in the series will compete for a purse of $50,000 on Sunday, October the 12th. Join us for the Premier's Cup Final as part of Breeders' Crown weekend at Redshores in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam in a few moments. I'm going to go 1-6-4 in here. Backstretch beat at 6-4-5. Classifier's choice is 6-4 and 1 in the 13th race feature in 8 minutes.
Preferred Pacers for the 13th race featured on parade. Sobble Attack 1, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. Hamac Charmer 2 is owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams. Corey McPherson drives. 3 is Brookdale Johnny, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Brady Sweetup. 4 Mantario, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained and driven by David Dowling. 5 is Starship Glide, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner. 6 is Windblown, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives at 4 minutes to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the Tuesday feature. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to the outside. I'm on to Windblown. He's got back-to-back 54 and change miles. I like him again tonight, even from the outside. Going to go right back to his stablemate and the second Phil Sizer trainee. 3, Brookdale Johnny gets Brady Sweet, and you might get a price on him tonight. For triactor players, I'm on to 2, Howmack Charmer. Then I went to Paul Bigger's horse, Sobble Attack. But Rocky, I see you're all over Paul's little horse here in tonight's feature. Down to you and your choices.
Well, I like him on the rail. This horse doesn't draw the rail very often. Like 5 starts back, he drew the rail and finished a good second to Rose Run Ex-Con. This horse is a very handy horse, and I just think that Kenny Murphy is going to leave out with him tonight and probably give way to Windblown to follow him along here tonight. So just on a hunch, I'm putting him on top in here for second, the 6, Windblown, and then I'll throw in Manterio for third. Let's chuck in the 3, Brookdale Johnny for fourth. So 1, 6, 4, 3 in the feature here in the 13th. I want to give a shout out to longtime horse owner following his horse in this race, Don Kalbeck, as he follows Sobble Attack in the feature. 6 horses lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
A lot of harness racing history in the Callback family, as you know, Rocky. And they're lining up. It's the Tuesday night feature. You're at historic Summerside as they line up rail out. Sobble Attack, Hamac Charmer, Brookdale, Johnny Manterio, Starship Glide, Windblown, Post Time. Rough and facing, leaving out is Hamac Charmer at the rail. Sobble Attack, Windblown joining them on the outside third. To get away fourth is Brookdale Johnny, then in fifth Manterio, and the early trailer as they race the backstretch. That is Starship Glide. Rocky, you picked him. Sobble Attack, he made the lead here on the outside. Here's Windblown now driving up to take over the lead. He's parked out over to the opening quarter mile and now clear. Windblown and Langell. Sobble Attack took him on. He's racing from second, and they open the quarter 27-3. Boom! Just like that in the feature. Windblown now the leader on Sobble Attack. Racing from third, Hamac Charmer. Then fourth, that is Brookdale Johnny. Racing from fifth, Manterio, followed by the trailer, who is Starship Glide. They're halfway home in the feature in straight alignment. Windblown got him over to the opening half mile tonight in 56-2. Tracking second is Sobble Attack. Then third is Hamac Charmer. Brookdale Johnny races fourth. Fifth up the rail goes Manterio. Then the trailer, Starship Glide. They're en route to three quarters next. Windblown the leader. Sobble Attack is second. Hamac Charmer on the outside third. Outside fourth is Brookdale Johnny. Up the inside goes Manterio. Starship Glide is sixth. 1:26 flat was the three-quarter time. Eighth of a mile out. Windblown turning for home. Sobble Attack is second. Way wide in third. That's Brookdale Johnny. Down the stretch they come. Windblown the leader. Sobble Attack. Brookdale Johnny. Manterio. Windblown hangs on in here. Second, that's Sobble Attack. We'll need a show photo, but it's Windblown now with three in a row. Tonight, 1:55 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race feature. As I expected, Sobble Attack is to the front tonight, 27-3, but releases Windblown to the front, 56-2 to the half, 126 to three quarters. Here's the stretch drive. I was roaring for Kenny Murphy down the stretch here. I thought he was going to get up and nail this horse on the line here, but just not enough as Windblown wins three in a row here tonight, 1:55 flat the mile. Paul Angel in the bike for his fourth win of the night. Sobble Attack, great effort in here tonight, gets the deuce. Up for third on the board, that is the 4, Manterio. So it's 6-1-4 unofficially in tonight's 13th race. We're going to see Windblown and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, he looks like he could go around a couple of more times here. Windblown as he goes into the winner's circle here in the 13th. Bay pacing gelding, he's 8 by Mach 3 from the commotion dam. Wind warning Owned by Douglas and Doug Pauly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, bred by Springhaven Farm and Doug Millard. Trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langel's having a night on his own. That's win number 4 for the Grand Slam. And the horse gets his third in a row. Tonight it's 155 flat. Wind blown. And the Paul Langell Grand Slam in the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Here's the official results now from race 13. Sobel Attack was second. Almac Charmer 6th. Brookdale Johnny 4th. Manterio finished 3rd. Starship Glide was 5th. Windblown the race winner, 27-3. 56-2. 126. And the mile 155. From the top, your program reads 264. 351. Windblown at 350. The Exactor 950, Triactor 2090, and the Superfactor 627.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Just one more race to go. Paul Angel's got 4 wins tonight. David Dowling with a triple. Kenny Murphy had a couple. Adam Murner has a couple of wins tonight. Let's talk about the Red Shores early and late High Five, Super High Five. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shore Summerside and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the finale. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. It's unanimous here. We're all going 1-2-6 in the finale in 8 minutes. Here's a look at the very close show photo from tonight's feature. You're seeing Manterio just nipping Brookdale Johnny on the line in the feature.
Rock and Roll K's on the 14th race parade, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson drives. Starship Beauty 2, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training. Paul Langell drives. It's Model Time number 3, owned by Michelle Noyo of Summerside, trained by Blaine McKenna. Kenny Murphy. You Bet I'm a Good One, number 4, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet is the trainer-driver. Tobin's Future 5, owned by Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscatine. Jason does the training. Adam Murner driving. Thinking of Eddie. Where's number 6, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady Sweet training and driving. Elm Grove Penny 7, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldston, driven by Ryan Darage. The Real Princess, number 8, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey driving. 4 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Thursday night at Redshores, Charlottetown. Post time is 6 p.m. Rocky has his Super High Five ticket to close out Tuesday night in Summerside.
There's a look at our Super High Five tickets for tonight's finale. I'm going with the 1, Rock and Roll K's, as is Vance. For second, I'm going with the 2, Starship Beauty. For third, the 6, Thinking of Eddie. Then I put in the 5, Tobin's Future, rounded out with the 4, You Bet I'm a Good One. Vance goes with the 1, Rock and Roll K's, over the 5, Tobin's Future. Then the 3, It's Model Time, followed by Starship Beauty, and the 6, Thinking of Eddie. So Vance going 1, 5, 3, 2, 6. I'm going 1, 2, 6, 5, 4. Good luck and get in on the Super High Five. We're back here harness racing this coming Sunday evening, post time at 4 o'clock. Note the post time, 4 o'clock this coming Sunday, September the 21st. Tonight's finale, 14th, has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs one more time to Vance Cameron.
Rock and Roll K, Starship Beauty, it's model time. You bet I'm a good one, Tobin's Future, thinking of Eddie. Elm Grove Penny, the real princess on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Super High Five, it's the Tuesday night finale. Post time. The rough and pacing Tobin's Future and Rock and Roll K's are the first two out. Third one into the turn is Starship Beauty to get away fourth. It's model time. From the outside, You Bet I'm a Good One goes fifth. Thinking of Eddie away in sixth. Elm Grove Penny is seventh. And the trailer, The Real Princess. In straight alignment early, led to the quarter by the heavy favorite, Rock and Roll K's for Corey McPherson. Tobin's Future got away second. Then third is Starship Beauty racing from fourth. It's model time. Then in fifth, You Bet I'm a Good One. They were up the quarter. They opened it up here in the nightcap. 27-3. The fired up leader, Rock and Roll Cage, comes off the fatty turn. Tobin's Future goes second. Then third is Starship Beauty. It's model time in fourth. You Bet I'm a Good One fifth. Thinking of Eddie on the outside is sixth. Then it's Elm Grove Penny seventh. And the Real Princess is eighth. Halfway home, led by Rock and Roll K's in a solid 56-1. Over to the 5-8 next. Rock and Roll K's the leader. On her back second, that's Tobin's Future. Racing third, there goes Starship Beauty sent to the outside. Its model time continues fourth. Thinking of Eddie has picked up fifth. You Bet I'm a Good One sixth. Elm Grove Penny seventh. And the trailer, that is the Real Princess. The 3/4 in the books, and they were there in 1:25.3 on that top turn for the final time. Down to an eighth of a mile to go. Rock and Roll K's turning home. Tobin's Future is second. Starship Beauty. It's model time at the rail. Way wide, Thinking of Eddie on the wire next. Here's Rock and Roll K's to win. It's model time. Get up the inside to be second. Third, that is Tobin's Future. And the time for the mile, 1:55.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the finale. Rock and Roll K's rocking and rolling tonight. 27-3, 56-1, 125-3 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. Look at its model time. Picking them off when putting them down here in the passing lane. Almost gets up there, but Rock and Roll K's 3 in a row. Fourth of the season, 17th career. Corey McPherson in the bike for his second win of the night. 1:55.3. It's model time. Race great in there for second with Tobin's Future third. Vance Cameron almost gets the super high five again. Rock and Roll K's is going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Rock and Roll K's on her way to the 14th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 5 by Tobago K's from the Cam Luckdam Time Extra. Owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown. Bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson, second winner. Doubling up tonight. 155 and 3. The mare gets her third in a row. That's Rock and Roll K's in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 14th, Rock and Roll K's the winner, Starship Beauty 4th. Its Model Time was 2nd. You Bet I'm a Good One 6th. Tobin's Future finished 3rd. Thinking of Eddie was 5th. Elm Grove Penny finished 8th. The Real Princess was 7th. 27 and 3, 56 and 1. 125 and 3, and the Mild in 155 and 3. In review, 142. 63587. Rock and Roll K's paid $230. The Exactor $1030. Triactor $3760. The Late Daily Double paid $330. And the Super High Five, that has yet to be posted. And that will wrap up our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Prime Mutual handle went $60,123. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.